11. After we let the judges to taste the first sip of the espresso, and then we adding 1 drop of the salty water. Then the body will be like totally changed. Will increase a lot, but the bitterness is still there. Okay, that's what we did in 2011, and that compared to win the second place. That's what happened there. Anything else? Yes.
通訳いける？通訳いける？じゃあもういけますか？昨日のインテンシティのキットを自分でも作って練習してるっていうのをまず翻訳してもらっていいですか？
So it's saying that he is practicing about the intensity kit that
Yes.
we were tested yesterday.
Yes.
By he made himself.
で
And it is kit.
アンダーのミディアムハイが作るアンダーじゃないアフターテイストのミディアムハイが作るのが難しい。
It is difficult for him to make the
アンダーハイアフターテイストハイ
after test.
で今やってるのはイニシャルエナジーベリーハイ
Initial energy.
ベリーハイ
Yeah, I know what he.
で、インナーテンプラチャーハイでトータルローストタイムショートバットデベロップタイム、ロングでキャンディープラスにしてるけどちょっと短い昨日のよりなんか他にいいアイデアあるか？
So that he's saying he's loosing his way that he's explaining now, but it's even shorter. So that
他にいいアイデアがあれば欲しい。
if there is something else that he could do for the higher
イニシャルエナジートゥハイ
Yeah.
何のキット作りたいんでしたっけ？
アフターテイストハイ
For the after taste high kits to make after taste.
あくまで自分の練習用に
Just for his
Yeah, yeah.
for his thoughts.
Yeah. I know. 小蔡，你的那个 intensity 的那个应该是我要找什么关键字？
直接打 intensity 就好了，然后把日期右上角日期。
OK。
じゃあアフターテイストのショートのミディアムはどうやって作ってるんですか？
ミディアムはしっかり発達させればきっちりちゃんと作れば、トータルでいつも通りちゃんと焼けばミディアムはいくじゃないですか。
ショートは
ショートはアンダーまでいかないけど、中をあんま発達させないで、あとゴールドも長くゴールド長く
ゴールドまでフライフェーズは長く
長くしてそしてふわボディも軽くしてアフターも短くなる。でもアンダーじゃない。
その
メイラードは3分取ってる。送ります後で短くしてアンダーにない程度であんまり発達させないようにして、そうすると5ぐらいに作れる。
Okay. Here is the 3 rows profile. The orange one is the high long aftertaste. It's just sorry.
こうやって質問すれば絶対プロファイルしてくれると思って。
Okay, the orange is the long aftertaste. The red one is the medium, and the low aftertaste is the blue one.
ブルーは、いや、
All right,
right.
and you can see The main differences, it's actually a lot because we have a little bit difference about the drawing phase, but the drawing phase is not, it's
Similar.
quite close. Okay, so the drawing phase is not really affect the aftertaste.
へえ。
But
じゃあインテンスだけか。
you can see here is the Miller phase.
Yes,
2
yes.
minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, and like 4 minute, 18 seconds.
へえ。
So the longer Miller phase, you have more aftertaste.
へえ。
Plus,
Plus.
more
Develop.
development.
あえ、
Longer
orange-
Miller and the development.
オレンジラインがミディアム、いやミディアムハイ。
The end temperature, I think they are very similar.
オレンジラインズミディアムハイアフターテイスト。
Okay, it's 196. 这是几度一报的？
这是190。
190. Okay, 190 first track and 196. Okay. For
Okay.
here, it's 190 first track and the end temperature 195. No, 195.9. So it's also 196.
うーん。
Here is also 190.
うん。
And the end temperature. Yeah. So the end temperature, they are all the same. 196.
OK OK。
All right. But the Miller phase, the development phase, they are different. And then you have different aftertaste.
Thank you so much.
What influences? Why, when you left the Maillard phase and then the development phase, why does it influence a longer aftertaste on a chemical perspective?
On the chemical perspective, is you have more because aftertaste is more related to the caramelization and the Miller reaction products. Those products will give you more developed flavor, and those flavors can last in your mouth for a longer time. Okay, it's usually the taste will not last that long. If you want more aftertaste, usually it's more flavor chemicals, aromatic chemicals. And those aromatic chemicals is more related to the Maillard reaction and the caramelization.
You classify those compounds as heavier compounds.
Larger, more complex structure or like a larger molecular weight. Yes. And so usually, that's why usually when you extract, you want to have a longer aftertaste extraction. You need more complete extraction, higher extraction, longer water contact time.
So that's how the work for espresso.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't mind you. I don't mind you take these. You want to produce your own.
Okay.
It's okay. Okay, so I don't mind to share these things.
Thank
But
you.
you need to try on your own systems, and you need to find our way. But basically, that's our understanding.
やったぜ。
Okay, we use the same airflow and the same drone speed, so we just control the profile, the RR profile. Right.
Okay.
What roaster is this on?
Keystone 6.
Right, okay.
Keystone 6.
And you did 1.5 kilos?
And we did it on 1.5 kilo, 2 kilo. 1.5.
1.5 って。
1.5. Because this is like the first lot we
ああ、そうな
we
んだ。
try to make these things.
へ
Okay, and we are not so confident that we can make it in the beginning. So I want to like lower amount to keep.
And you wanted a fast roast as well
Yeah,
then?
so I will probably lost less.
Yes.
But but the result is quite good.
え。うん。
いや初めて作るから。
うん。
Yes, I want to ask about the caffeine.
Yeah.
A lot of people ask, like, is there how is the caffeine different in espresso than drip coffee and different extractions? And how can you tell? Is there enough research on this? Because yesterday you said it's consistent throughout different
Yeah.
roasting degrees or
Yeah. Okay, so I will suggest you to find this research. This is published in 2013, and they use 9 different coffee extraction methods. So the 9th method is like this, okay?
めっちゃ気使って。
They use the Dalla Corte, I think,
ほう。
yeah.
ダラコルテ。
and they do like espresso and the lungo. So DE means Dalla Corte espresso. DL means the lungo. Okay, as you can see, they use the 16 grains. They use 16 grains and extract like 60 milliliters,
ほう。
and the extraction time is 28 seconds. All right. So we have espresso, we have lungo, we have a super automatic machine espresso and the lungo, and we have bialetti. That means the mocha pot.
Yeah.
We have Nespresso. That's the yep. 应该有。我只是没。And the Nespresso capsule. Okay, so that's why it's 5.5 grams and 30 milliliters. Extraction time 24 seconds. Okay, and F. F means the filter coffee. That means they use 100 grams of coffee, 1.8 liters water, and the extraction time is like almost 6 minutes. Batch brewer. All right. Bowden, BO means Bowden is actually the French press with the metallic
ボダンね。
filter. And the KK is, they call it, I don't know how to say, let me check. It's a ceramic filter dripper made from Austria. Sorry, I didn't find the proper keywords to give you the photo. I'll explain it later. Okay. Anyway, so after all this extraction, the analysis, the chemical composition. All right. So the result is like that. So your concern is about the caffeine. The caffeine is here. And this is like the caffeine content per grind, per coffee grinds they use for extraction. Okay? So that is not the concentration in the final brew. It's about how much percentage they extract from the coffee. Okay, so the extraction rate you can see it's about the concentration. I mean the concentration is about like 0.8 to 0.9%. Usually we know the coffee in the Arabica coffee, usually the caffeine content is around 1.2 to 1.3. All right. But the extraction cannot take all the caffeine out, usually. Okay. So you can see here, and relatively the espresso, like espresso or Nespresso, usually got a lower extraction of the caffeine. And Bialetti is relatively a higher percentage because the extraction temperature is actually quite high. And the Lungo, of course, compared with espresso, the caffeine content will be higher. It's because the longer water coffee ratio.
Yeah.
Okay, this and also the longer water contact time. All right, and the others like the filter coffee, like these ceramic dripper, or like Bowden, the French press, they are actually even longer, even more caffeine extraction than the other. The espresso extraction, and that's all related to the water contact time. Okay, Bialetti, very high temperature and also long water contact time. And the dripping filter coffee, or like the ceramic dripper, or like the Bowden, the French press, you all have the very long water contact time. So that means the caffeine extraction in the extraction systems is more related to the water contact time.
But temperature as well, right? Because in
of course, temperature as well, but you can see the temperature basically they are quite similar. Only the Bialetti, we don't know the temperature.
But also, obviously, volume of water as well. The more volume water you're pushing through, the more caffeine you're putting in.
Yes, exactly. The time and the water coffee ratio. So that's why in the coffee extraction, we always talk about the water coffee ratio first, because that means the environment you create for those certain amount of coffee grinds. All right. So yes, the extraction is mostly you need to control is the first the water coffee ratio, and then the water contact time. Then you make a proper grind size to fit in the extraction time.
Have you done any experiments with cold brew along the same
cold brew.
lines?
The cold brew,
どうなるんだろう。
Sorry to jump ahead. Beautiful. Thank you.
it's like you read my mind, right? Okay, so this is a research published in 2017, and you are more interested in the caffeine, right?
Yes.
So the caffeine is here. So you can see it's like around most of them, even the dark roast or medium roast, no matter it's the roast degree and also the coarse grind or medium grind, you can see the concentration. Of course, will affect by the grind size. So the coarser grinds is like here, and the median grind size is like here. So it's something, but in the dark roast, medium grind or coarse grind, it seems like at the similar level. Oh no, sorry. It's still, it's interesting. It's kind of like in reverse, okay. But the concentration is about 1 grams per liter, so it's like 0.1%. This is 0.1%, but I need to. Sorry, because this one is I can't really remember the extraction rate per grams of coffee grind.
Yeah.
Yeah, because for this slide, I'm actually want to say it's actually after 10 hours. After 10 hours, most of the things you care is almost like saturated. So that means you don't need like 24 hours cold brew. So for this slide, I want to point out is yes, different roast will give you different chemical composition. And it's actually more related to the grind size. And the second thing is you need to think about the efficiency of the cold brew. So actually you don't need 24 hours cold brew. You only need like a 10 hours cold brew. It's enough. And so from the extraction point of view, nowadays we try to do our cold brew like maybe within 2 to 3 hours.
So
Yeah.
I found a machine in the US
Yes.
that can give you an extraction in half an hour, cold brew,
Yes. Yes.
and a really good, very strong concentration. And it's they built a plate for it. It's like it's
We do have a cold brew machine.
yeah.
It's like 5 minutes cold brew.
へえ。
我们那台冷萃机在哪？来收起来。Hiroya 的。
很多货的里面。
Okay, they put it in the warehouse deep inside and somewhere. But yes, we do have a
Fast
brand.
extraction.
I think it's the Hiroya,
Yeah.
and they make a cold brew machine, and we actually make it like within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it's possible.
Yeah.
And if you want to like the Dutch coffee,
Yep.
now we do like 2 hours Dutch coffee.
The
By
shorter
using
the shorter
the,
extraction time, the better.
Yeah. By using the espresso grind size.
But is that? But then you were saying that's going to affect your caffeine extraction as well, though.
Yes, and no matter what, actually we don't need that much caffeine.
Right. Okay.
If you really need the caffeine, you need the boost. Probably instant's better choice. So here it's about, because these are only caffeine and the chlorogenic acid, so it's not much related to the things we really care about. Okay, another example, let me think. Here, it's about it's about like this.
Yes.
This is a very sad research, I mean, to me. They published this one on 2020. And you probably will find the familiar names here. This is the research they did. It's the UC Davis Coffee Center.
Yeah.
They have closely relationship with the SCA. And in this research, okay, they say, okay, they use the batch brewer and they collect fractions every 30 seconds. And so they measure the TDS. And of course, in the beginning, the TDS is high, and the TDS are going lower and lower and lower. And then at the very end, the TDS going up again. And here is the how many grains of coffee liquid they collect. So of course in the first 30 seconds, because that's including the pre-wet time. So you collect less, and then they collect more and more coffee, and at the end they collect less and less coffee. And this is also understandable, because at the very end of the stage, because they stop, the batch brewer stop giving flow out the water, giving the water, pouring the water. So the water level start to lower.
So there's less
So the
weight.
water start to lower, so the flow rate, of course, dramatically slow down.
Less weight on the bed.
Yeah, less downforce,
Pressure.
less pressure. Okay, so these are easy to understand, right? Then they did a chemical analysis for the every fraction. Then they say the bitterness, like in the beginning, is high and going down. Of course, the concentration are different, right? And they say the sweet taste is going up and up and up. And they conclusion is the bitterness covered the sweetness. Okay. It's okay, right? It's reasonable. Another interesting thing is they analyze the tea or floral flavor. Wow, it's getting more and more and more. And the honey flavor, I don't know. Okay. Then I start to wondering how come they have strong smokiness and the burn flavor, but also with the tea floral notes in the same time.
Confusing.
It's quite confusing,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah.
a rare case, right?
Opposite.
Then I go back to check the method. And they use a Colombia coffee from Huila and the roast by Java City. I don't know them, all right? In Sacramento. Anyway, the actual score is 54.
おーい深っ
Oh.
フローラ
Oh.
フローラ
That must
That's
be a
okay.
very, very unique materials. So the actual number is 54, and they do have honey, floral, smoky, and the fruity flavor.
Wow.
Confidence.
Lucky for them.
So that's why I say this is a sad research, because all these doctors in the lab,
Yeah.
they seems don't know the specialty coffee. They have no idea about these things. They spend a lot of money to do this analysis, and then the conclusion is the bitterness follow the TDS correlation is good. Oh, okay. So the higher TDS, you have higher bitterness. Of course.
当たり前や言ってるんですよ
And the sweetness following with the TDS correlation is like negative. So the higher TDS, the less sweetness.
あそう
And the berry notes is not really good correlation with the TDS. And this attribute correlation to TDS, they analyze in this. So the low correlation seems not necessary, and vinegar, alcohol, umami, salty, rubber, bitterness, and they are all have a very good correlation with the TDS. I think they just used the wrong coffee.
But also,
And-
this is also, I think, all done on the toddy.
And then they also analysis the saccharide, monosaccharide, and the free monosaccharide amount. And the conclusion is all these
Tantori.
sugars in the coffee,
担当類かな
their concentration are too low to sense the sweetness.
担当類担当類
Okay? Of course. You rose to actual
Mono
54, and you burn all the
Tatori.
sugar, and of
Tan-
course
tan.
there is no enough monosaccharide for you to taste.
確かにフルクトースだから担当類
So they say the concentration is very low. It's not enough. Okay. Of course, I agree with the conclusion, because you use such a dark roast coffee, and all you have is the sweet aroma, not the sweet taste. All right. So,
コンクルーションが結論ね
so yes, that's the things we are going to talk. It's about the sweetness in the coffee, but I think the coffee is already right for the acidity. Yeah. So we should talk about this later. But yes, I do want to talk about this. All right. So let's taste the acidity. Sensory kits, and then we talk about the sweet. All right.
Yes.
Cherries, yes. All right. So for the first cup, we start from the intensity of the acidity, but you tasted already yesterday because we have the intensity, right? But it's okay if we just taste it again. So again, the first cup, how about the intensity from 0 to 15? And if you still remember yesterday we say that one was a low acidity one. It's about maybe around 5, right? Think about this one. Even lower or higher? Lower, right? It's actually quite weak. The acidity shows up at the very end of the almost like you almost want to swallow, then it shows up a little bit, right? So think about it. Is it 5, still 5, or it definitely fall into the low level? So I think it's a low level. So under 5. How about 4? 4. How about 3? No. 2? No. So it's maybe 4 or 5. Still, the intensity. Yeah, and it just disappeared, right? So this is like a very short acidity. Still noticeable, but definitely in the low level, right? So 4, 5, okay? 4, I think. For me, it's more 4. And then the median. Okay, it's not the same coffee from yesterday, okay? So you need to think separately, okay? So how about this one? Is it median? Yeah, so Giotto minus, so a little bit lower. So it's still not that immediately first impression, not that fast. So to me, this is not 8. I think it's like a 6 or 7. Yeah. So this is like maybe 6 or 7. Okay, it's not. It's still medium, but it's not that high. So let's move on to the next cup. Yeah, to me this one maybe it's 8 or maximum 9. Yeah, so I think maybe 9, right? All right, so that's another good example. It's like it's not always median, it's not always 8. Okay, sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's 7. It's still noticeable. You know it's moderately intensity, but it's not really obvious. All right. So the last 4 cups, I think it's a more interesting one. It's because it's the first 2. It's you need to compare the simple and the complex. So you need to drink the simple one first.
I'm not getting much difference between medium and high in acidity.
Sorry?
Not getting much difference. I almost feel like the medium is a little bit higher than the high.
Medium is a little bit higher
I'm
than.
getting quite a bit more acidity.
It's possible. It's if we didn't prepare it properly.
Right.
So you just believe what you found.
Okay.
Okay, I found here it's like that, but maybe there it's not like that. We still have the possibilities to have inconsistencies between sets.
Okay.
Okay? And so this cup is called simple. And you probably will notice there is some acidity there, yes. But is it like a liveliness changing around or many different types changing it? It's not like that. I think it's just maybe one type of the acidity is there. Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, so it's easy for you to say, this is like a simple one. Okay, and let's move on to the complex. It's actually these 2 coffee are the same. These 2 cups are from the same coffee. And you probably will find the acidity is more complex. It shows you more different types of the acidity. From the beginning to you swallow it, it will give you maybe 2 or 3 different type of the acidity. And it's more dynamic. So that's called the complexity. And you probably want to ask why, and I will explain the profile to you to explain.
The intensity level complex, lower than simple.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The intensity is intensity. Okay, sometimes you have a high intensity but just straightforward and sharp acidity. You won't like it. But maybe the acidity, that's why in the rules said the intensity is not everything about the quality. Right? In the past rules, they always take an example about, for example, like Mexico. No, not Mexico. I think they use the Kenya. Yeah. So the Kenya always have like a high acidity, but maybe the score is not very high. And the Sumatra or the lowland coffee made Brazil, they probably will have very low acidity, but it doesn't mean the acidity quality is not good. But to me, yes, when the intensity of acidity is going too low, difficult to verify the quality. Of course, it definitely will change your quality prospect to the coffee.
But I mean, if you're comparing a Brazil and a Sumatra,
yes,
there's going to be a big difference in complexity between the 2.
So you still can easily roast those Brazil and Sumatra with complex, but lower acidity. It's still
But, I mean, Sumatrans generally would be more complex than Brazils.
No, to me. Okay, I'll explain.
Okay.
Remember, you need to have those acids some of the acids are in the beans already,
Yes.
right? In the green beans already. And some of the acids will be developed during the roasting. So it's about how you preserve those acidity already in the green bean. For example, the citric acid, the malic acid, how you keep them in the beans, and how you develop more acidity through the roasting process. Then you can have more complex acidity.
Okay. So we're talking about the complexity of the acidity, not the complexity of the cup.
Yes. Yes. So this is that's why you compare both of them. You can find out. Yes, the simple one is relatively higher acidity, but it's not quality. It's not there. But with even a bit lower acidity, it's nothing wrong, but the quality is actually better. So that's this pair. And for the next pair, it's about the ripeness. Remember, we talked about the ripe fruit, fresh fruit, right? So if we roast, a proper roast will give you kind of like a ripe feeling. Okay, so the cup number 6, cup number 6 is the maturity sour, right? So this one is the sour one. We probably can make it more interesting by find overripe acidity, right? And compare with the fresh fruity. Compare the fresh and the complete. But here is the sour, and the last cup is the ripe one, right? And they are also the same coffee, I think. Ethiopia, yeah. So the same Ethiopia coffee, different roasting profile. We can have sourness, and we can have ripe. And this is more related to when you keep the acidity and how you keep the acidity but give the sweetness, have a different sweetness development. Because a proper sweetness development will cause the acidity makes it more sour because it's not sweet enough. And when it's sweet enough, it will give you the right fruitiness. So the candy sweetness development is also very important to the acidity quality. So when you have not enough sweetness development, more grainy, more sour, so usually you have bad sweetness, you won't have good acidity. So in the roasting competition, in the WCRC form nowadays, we have acidity, we have sweetness. To me, they are kind of connected together. Okay, at certain level they are connected. If you make it very sweet, very candy, and usually you will have a better, higher quality of the acidity because it will be more ripe, more fruity, and more dynamic. Yeah, So I don't know why they removed the sweetness development from the rules, but I still believe the sweetness development is worth it to study and worth it to pay attention to. Because from the sensory point of view, still the more sweetness, the more fruity sweetness will give you the more positive experience. I think that's for sure. All right. Dry fruit acidity, usually that means the sweetness and acidity, which one will come out first? Yeah. Yeah. Like yesterday, we tasted competition beans, right? And the Costa Rica, that one is more dried fruit acidity. Okay, it got like really raisin and the fig, and then the sweet aroma and the sweetness comes out first, and then you have some like dried fruit, berry like or jam like acidity, and that usually means it's more dried fruit part. And again, you need to think about the dried fruit acidity. Usually it's not that bright, and usually it's not that pronounced. Okay, so compare with the fresh fruit acidity. I think, but of course it depends on case by case lah. But in general, I will prefer more fresh fruit acidity rather than the dried fruit. That is easy. You just adding some vinegar, right? The acetic acid in, and then you have it. Yeah, I will say it's like fermented or like overripe. Yeah, overripe fruits acidity.
In a competition perspective, will fresh fruit score higher than the dried fruit?
I think yes.
We usually notice the dried fruit in the aftertaste.
It's in the aftertaste, in the flavor, it's nothing wrong. Okay, it's only at the acidity categories we follow the keywords in the rules. So I think yes, fresh fruit will be better than the dried fruit.
I also noticed that with dried fruit, there's somewhat of a metallic taste to it. So
Metallic?
slightly salty and metallic.
Yeah, salty and metallic. So remember yesterday we tasted potassium chloride, because the potassium chloride gives you the salty and the metallic feeling. And I mentioned the natural process will give you more potassium. So that's the source and that's the reason. All right?
But generally, dry fruits has a high concentration of sugars than fresh fruit does.
You mean the true dry
actually,
fruit,
yes.
but for the coffee,
No, okay.
maybe not,
Right.
because that means definitely higher fermentation level.
Mhm.
But a proper fermentation will probably bring down the sugar content, because too many bacteria is growing and they will using up. Yeah.
Okay, but in reality, dry fruit is going to be sweeter than the fruit.
Yeah. In reality, yes.
So it's the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Casings, the longer minor phase affect to
Yes.
develop to the complexity.
Yes.
So is that same for maturity or the initial temperature more?
So here the roasting will be more focused on how we develop the acidity. But the maturity, we will more focus on how we develop the sweetness. So maybe the profile, it will probably looks very similar, but it won't be the same. Because that's why I use two different coffees there. So use the Ethiopia to explain about the sweetness development, how they change the acidity quality. And here we use the Kenya to emphasize how the acidity development change the qualities. Okay, so it depends on different coffee.
So the acidity complexity scale is highly linked towards the Maillard.
Yes.
And then the maturity scale is linked towards the development phase.
No. Okay, let's sit back and let me explain a little bit. So yes and no. Yes and no.
もっと高くですね。もっと高くで、もう物入れた。
糖尿度高く、はい、3H じゃない？ハイチャージテンプラチャー、ハイターニングポイント、ハイ ROR。
ショートにして、でもここ伸ばしてるみたいな感じだね。
いや、メイラードフェーズの長さが違うかどうかは何とも言えない。酸の種類がそんな変わってないから。
そうか、酸の種類が変わってなくて、その甘さだけが。
そう、だから単純にキャンディーぐらいまで上げただけだと思う。
じゃあそのデベロップの方がプラス
いやギリギリキャンディーだと思う。
デベロップの方が
デベロップ伸ばす方向もあるけど、そうするとアシリティが変わっちゃうじゃないですか。だからイニシャルエナジー上げといて、同じデベロップでノリ内部を果たさせることでスイートネス上げることができる。
Then you can manipulate.
時間は同じにしといて、
もちろんゴールドまでちょっと短くなるけど、もちろんと思うけどね。でもメイラードフェーズを伸ばす、イニシャルフェーズ短くしてメイラードフェーズ伸ばすのも全然ありだと思う。両方もありだけど、そんな酸の種類が複雑になってないから、メイラードフェーズそんな変わってないんじゃないかなっていう憶測。
サワーはシンプルとコンプレックスの違いに感じたから、
いや、スイートネスが伴ってるかどうかだと思う。
まあそうですね。ドライとかあれだから。
携帯忘れた。早く取ってもらった方が助かります。
Okay, the blue line is the simple one. The
simple one is
the red
blue.
one is the complex one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I said again, it also depends on how much raw materials you have. So Kenya itself, it's a naturally with the high acidity coffee, right? That means you have a lot of raw materials there. So because you have a lot of raw acidity materials there, so you cannot do a short Miller phase. If you have a short Miller phase, you won't have a complex coffee, complex acidity. Okay?
イニシャル3分。両方3分するでも、割合が違うだけで 3分
And although we have a similar, we have enough sweetness development, but still it's not complex.
Yes.
Why? Remember,
フラグメンテーションの時間が短かったってことだ。そういうことで
the
すよね。
fragmentation will give you more acidity, and the combination of the acidity more, you have more complex feeling.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it's about you need to give them time to turn the sugar into fragmentation.
うん。
Right?
Okay.
And here,
ほら。
the orange one is the sour one, and the green one is the right one.
ほら。
So you can see the ROR here.
Yes.
So they are also like very short and
両方
very
です。
long mineral base. But it's mainly, but this coffee we have this natural coffee. We have a lot of sweetness there, and we need to develop the sweetness into more candy.
うん。
Then we can have. Okay, and so the sour, you can see here, the end temperature is lower. The end temperature is 197, and here it's like maybe almost 201 degree, 201 degree. So that means the higher development temperature and also the longer mineral base can turn more sugars into the mono sugar. It's like fructose, glucose.
うん。
And that makes the sweetness different.
うん。うん。
More sweetness development. Then
そっか。
you have more
フルクトースに分解する時間も稼がないとスイートネス上がらない。両方。
So it depends on how much sugar you have and how much acidity raw material you have. If you have high acidity coffee and the sweetness, the sugar maybe not really much or not really match, then you need to develop more acidity. You need to develop more complex acidity. If you have a lot of sugar, not much acidity, so that means you need to do is more focus on the sweetness development instead of the acidity development. Because you have more sugar. Okay, so it depends on what type of coffee you have. But basically, you need to know, you need to analysis. But in general,
鳴らすってなんだ。
in general, Ethiopia wash coffee in general only with 6% of the sugar, sucrose, only 6%. And in general, the Kenya coffee will have higher sugar content, like 8%. But it seems like the Kenya coffee with more sugar, right? But think about the acidity. The Kenya coffee tend to have a higher acidity than the Ethiopia. So it's about the ratio things. But But that means we need to have like a detailed chemical analysis for every coffee, and then we know how to roast. So it's difficult. So what we can do? So we just do sample roasting. And by the standard sample roasting, then you know the acidity is high or low. The sweetness, forget about the sweetness development. It's just sample roasting, a light roast. So you just evaluate the absolute sweet taste, how much sweet taste you have. Okay, and if it tastes very sweet, but acidity seems not that much, and you know you need to develop the sweetness more than the acidity. If you have a high acidity but not really sweet, then you know your roasting strategies need to go more focused on the acidity development instead of the sweetness. Okay, because you're always looking for is the sweetness, in the cup. You're always looking for the sweetness and the acidity balance. So when the acidity too high, it won't taste sweet. So you need to bring the intensity down.
なるほど。なるほど。
Okay? And when the sweetness is high, when the sweet taste is high, you need to develop them into more fruity sweetness, or it will turn to more grainy side. It will turn to more unripe or sour side.
Master,
Yes.
is this still applicable to the other roast style? Because your roast style is making the gas higher phase, but our roast style is slow down the gas power. So is it still applicable?
Yes, still. Still.
Have you tried with another roast style, like lower the gas every single time with this approach?
I tried few times, not many times, because yes, that kind of style is not my cup of tea. But that's mainly is like in the initial energy. Is that what you mean? Another style, the initial energy, right?
Yeah.
So you can see here, the orange line is actually the initial energy is not that much, right?
Yeah.
So in this way, around here, so you need a longer roasting time. Okay, you definitely need a longer roasting time, and you need a lower airflow. You need a lower. Actually, we did it here. You need a lower RPM.
Lower RPM.
Because here, that means the initial energy is actually not enough. Or you just choose the style in the low initial energy, right? So that means in the middle, you need to compensate the energy. Because after all, beans still need that much energy to develop the flavor. So either you give it in the early stage, or you give it in the middle stage, or at the very late stage, right? But we know even the low initial energy style, you still cannot give too much energy at the end, or it will burn.
So in your opinion, what is the main difference between lower initial and higher initial?
So to me, lower initial energy is, higher initial energy to me is safer. When the beans were still wet.
Yes.
In the beginning, usually it won't be that easy to get burned. Okay, so always give the higher energy in the beginning. It's lower risks. When you get into the late Miller phase, that means the caramelization begin. It's actually getting to the exothermal reaction, and during the exothermal reaction, if you increase the energy, yes, it's possible, but it's got the risks to burn the beans. Because exothermal reaction, you apply extra energy there, that means you will push the hour even go higher, and you got risks. Okay, so yes, I did try in this way, but in the orange way, you need to compensate the energy around this stage. So lower RPM.
なるほどね。
So you have more conductive heat. Okay? Lower airflow.
ああ、なるほどなるほど。それで上げてないんだ。
Lower airflow, so you have more development. Can deliver the energy more efficient. And of course, higher gas level.
But that depends also highly on the roasting environment and machine design.
I mean, if the machine are well designed, these are still no problem. Okay, it's not a problem. Okay, the RPM, they are all the same, but actually you can lower. I mean, this is the airflow, sorry, but you can lower. You can lower the RPM to compensate.
For the low heat.
For the low initial energy.
Low initial energy. But for the high initial energy, is it possible to increase the RPM when it hits meteor?
Yeah. So the higher RPM,
Drum
of course you can make it like in the beginning, you make it like a high
上の
RPM
エアフローは
or the high airflow to make it more like a
指示と
fully hot air
実測値か
Because this is a reason. So this is actually a semi-flame, right? The traditional drum roaster, blue flame drum roaster. But if you want to make it more like a fully hot air roaster, that means you need a higher airflow and you need a higher RPM. You need a higher RPM.
And once you've achieved your initial input energy at the first phase, then you can lower.
Yes.
For conductive.
Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
Can you start with the high
みんなのテンションの上がり方やばい
first with the high energy?
Usually, with the high airflow in the beginning, that means it's more difficult to hold a high temperature.
ああ、なるほどね。下がっちゃ
So
う。
that means you need a higher gas to compensate the high airflow. All right, but it wastes your energy, and it won't help anything. Okay, the higher airflow actually the lower energy transfer efficiency.
Will help your gas bill. Will help your gas bill go up.
But your gas flow will up.
And your
so
bill,
of
yeah,
course you are
of course.
burning money, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So to me, low airflow, okay, but higher RPM and the higher charge temperature to let the beings can absorb more energy in the early phase. So basically in general, the energy requirement of the green bean is always from high to low. So they always want more energy in the beginning. They always want less energy at the end. When you almost touch the second crack, you won't give a lot of energy, right? Unless you need a smokiness. So while they need energy, you just give them. When they don't need that much, you just reduce. So you reduce the energy transfer efficiency, you reduce the energy input when you get into the exothermal reaction. But you need to increase while you need to feed them a lot of energy.
So lower airflow, high gas, lower RPM on the drum switch.
Yes.
In the beginning.
Yes. Because low airflow means the higher hot air pressure.
Air pressure, yes.
Hot air pressure more means more air molecule.
分子
More molecule.
熱の分子
So the air molecule more, that means the more molecule, that means can hit on the beings more frequently. Okay, the air molecule carry on the heat, carry on the energy, and this molecule need to hit on the beings, then can transfer the energy to the beings.
Yes.
Okay, if you have very low pressure, that means it's not less air molecules in the drum, so the collection frequency is much lower, so less energy transfer. Okay, so it depends on the pressure in the drum. So low airflow means higher pressure, and the higher pressure give you this. And then also in the high mountain, you want to rose in Ecuador, you want to rose in Bogota. Of course, the air molecule numbers are different, so you need to compensate for it. Your question.
Yeah. 緑はです。
Yeah.
Green line.
Yes.
Airflow. これを今上げてるじゃないですか。ここ下げてる方がもっとエナジーが増えるから、もっと発達するんじゃないか。なんでそこで上げてエネルギーにしたのかって聞いてもらっていいですか。
Why you at 3 minutes?
Why I need to increase?
Yeah, why? Yeah, you
Because
airflow is low
Yeah.
energy because
時間伸ばしたいからじゃない。
The high airflow means lower pressure.
時間伸ばしたいから
Lower pressure means very low energy transfer efficiency, right?
Yes.
In this way, I can bring down the RO more.
ガス2しか使ってないから。
Yes, because I want to extend. I want to extend.
High airflow.
Yes, so I increase the airflow to bring down the ROR because less energy transfer.
Need the time.
Yes, because I want the longer.
これ例えばガスをもっと下げれたらエアフロー変えなくていいのかって聞いて。
You can see
今
here,
2だけど2だけど。
I reduce the gas to like very low level.
Yes, yes, yes.
But the ROR will not, the ROR not drop fast enough. So I increase the airflow to force them drop more.
もし両方で変えれるならガスで変えるかって聞いてもらって。
If you can just change your down gas movement,
Yes.
you choose gas control or airflow.
I would choose both.
Both.
Even RPM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
RPM.
I will use
yes, yes.
everything I could.
I see.
なるほど。
Okay.
Yeah. I don't care the other things. I just want to take care of the ROR profile first. Yes. Yes. So I probably will go to buy an IMF.
なんてなんてな
What
ん
do you
て
think? Okay, I checked the IMF. I think it's a good.
Because Scott Rice says so.
Because when I really need to lower down the ROR,
Yeah.
the machine will automatically to introduce the cold air in. So they can bring down the ROR like dramatically. And in the same time, there is a valve will like shield out the hot air in.
Wow.
Purge.
Like purge.
New toy. Around 800,000 US.
Just curious on your perspective on lowering and an IMF, since both of them are
Yeah.
both of them are.
Yeah. So for now,
capital.
because the first thing is the IMF cheaper. And RPM control, yes. Yeah. Okay. During the flight, you still can control the RPM, and the airflow control, yes. Okay. Can introducing the cool airs, and the continuously remove the silver skin. And it's more compact. Yes. But the only things I worry about is made in Italy. You know those Italian.
No Italians yet today.
大丈夫です大丈夫
Anybody Italian?
大丈夫
I'll
大
put
丈
up
夫
your hand.
You know those Italian cars, they are good, they are high performance, but it depends on the day. Maybe the workers, they are feel happy or not happy. Maybe that's like a Friday or.
Friday machine not good.
That's the only things I worry about.
Tuesday after Easter.
そんなバカなそんなバカな
Black Friday. Yeah, Black Friday.
ブラックフライデー
Or the summer vacation.
What machine you use? What roaster you use? Listen?
あジャパニーズカンパニー藤井ロイヤー
Drum?
ドラム
Okay, so
ドラム
that's
ドラムアイアンだよねアイア
why
ン
you
2
need to
ドラ
put
ム
it this way.
ダ
But,
ダブルドラム
Yeah, this is. Oh, sorry, I moved too much to the roasting things. Sorry.
sorry
After all, this is still a sensory.
but exciting みんなの元気のなり方半端ない
The boys are happy.
Yeah.
もっともっと
So we move on to the sweetness.
Yes
Finally. So you need the sugar. You want to. It's the roasting for the sweetness development. It doesn't mean you need to keep as much sugar as possible. It's not like that. Because sucrose is not the best taste in coffee. You need to, and sugar can do a lot of things. Sugar can go caramelization to give you sweet aroma. And the sweetness is also very important. The sweet aroma is also very important to the sweetness. So turn the sugars, certain amount of sugars into the sweet aroma is very important. Turn the sugars into certain acidity is also important. Turn the sugar with the Maillard reaction combined with the amino acid to give the other coffee aroma is also very important. And you still need to have some sugar left. Then you have sweet taste and the sweet aroma and the fruity acidity. Then you have good sweetness and a good acidity balanced coffee. Okay? So that means this carbohydrate in the green bean is the initial carbohydrate in the green bean is important, yes. So in the monosaccharide, it's like fructose, like glucose. They are not much. It's only like 0.2 to 0.5, and the sucrose is the most abundant sweetness source in the green bean, usually 6 to 7%, and the robusta is lower because usually the robusta were growing on the low land. Remember yesterday I talked about the aspiration and the photosynthesis. Okay, so the higher altitude you got more sugar. 300 meters higher, you got 10% more. So if you have like a 6% sugar, and the 300 meters higher, you got 6.6.
1.1 倍と。
Okay? So that's why and also, the more sugar can help the plant to resist the low temperature. So that's why they also want to preserve the sugar. Okay? Then we also have a lot of sugar in the polysaccharide form. That means that they are huge molecule. It's difficult to dissolve in the water, and it won't give you too much sweetness because it's difficult to dissolve in the water, right? So although you have all different sugar, but because they are polysaccharide, almost no sweetness until the roasting process break down the polysaccharide into the disaccharide or oligosaccharide, and then you can produce some sweetness there. Okay, and what's that? 那个是什么？甜味吗？
甜味。
可是甜水没有喝，就要先喝甜味套。
前面3个，我们等下就一起接着。对，一起接着。
タトール。
So here is the list of the sugar content. You can hear you can see the Colombia with higher sucrose. Brazil lower. Kenya higher. Okay, and so on.
ああ、じゃあケニアはフルクトース少ないんや。ってことよりメイラード伸ばせてる。
This is from 1988.
わあ。おお。
Okay, this is the commercial beans.
ああ。え
Alright, so nowadays in the specialty coffee, we definitely easily can find out more sugar content. Okay, so that's the things you need to know. It's when you read through the research data, you need to know that what years is very important. Alright, and we have very little glucose, we have very little fructose, and the other sugars is very low. Okay. And the Robusta definitely lower than the Arabica. Okay. And here it's a more recent research.
言うて
And light roast medium roast and dark roast. The total sugar. Okay, we only watch DP1, okay? Because DP2 to 6 or it's like an over extraction. Okay, they are checking the extraction yield and the carbohydrate composition in the coffee extract. So we only check the DP1 because this is like more normal coffee extraction. And you will have 3 point something, and when the roast is getting darker and darker, the sugar content going lower and lower. All right, 3 point something is actually still enough for us to taste the sweetness. OK， 我们那天做三角杯测试浓度是多少？0.1。
三角杯测。
你们做那个甜味的三角杯测是多少？0.1吗？
要确认一下，后来好像有调整。
问一下扣。
好。
再一遍。
好。
And yes, we talked about this already. And their conclusion is the sweetness molecule is too less, right? They say the total monosaccharide is maximum is like a 2.5 in the very first section. And still not enough to let you taste the sweetness. But what they use is the actual 54th coffee. Then we have this research, just published, 2023.
Oh.
Okay, who did this research? You need to know these guys. It's B. This one?
いた？
B.
またいた？
Okay, they are from Coffee Mine, Denmark.
デンマーク。
Coffee Mine is a company, private company doing the coffee training and coaching, right? 哎，你们有跟那个 Shaw， 你们有跟 Coffee Mine 合作过吗？没有。Yeah. 他们就出很多书嘛。Yes. Yeah, but
they're quite good on their sensory and roasting curriculum.
Yes. Yes. So this research, although they are focused on the acids in the brew coffee and their chemical composition, but they find out in the lighter roast, the total sugar can reach to around 0.1%. Okay, and this total sugar also you can find out is if you use Kenya got a higher sugar. If you are the Brazil got the lower sugar. It's still the same, right? And when you do the medium roast and dark roast, the total sugar, yes, it's just like around 0.2. Yes, it's very low. So in the medium roast, it's difficult to taste the sweetness. Yes, I agree with those. See, with this research conclusion, yes, I agree with that. So in the medium or dark roast, the sugar content is very low. It's difficult to taste the sweetness. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, but they cannot claim they use a specialty coffee, right? It's American. But here, the result here is more reasonable. Okay, so we did that's why we tried the triangular test, and 52% of the testers, they can tell the differences from the 0.1% sugar compared with the pure water, so still possible. And the glucose is like around 0.04%, and the fructose, glucose and the fructose and the arabinose, not much change. Okay, so that means during roasting in the light roast, you definitely will have glucose and the fructose. Where are they from? From sucrose breakdown. Sucrose breakdown.
Yes.
So the sucrose will break down and will produce glucose.
During the fragmentation.
Yes, and the fructose. Okay, and these two together will give you a lot of sweetness. So now you have several ways to choose. Yeah, you have several ways to go. So the sucrose need to break down into glucose and the fructose, or acidity, or sweet aroma, or coffee flavor. And it's all in the roaster's hand. So roasting is so important to control the sugar. You control the sugar breakdown, you control everything. And so it's not about you need to preserve all the sugar. No, you need to break down into the fructose and glucose. If you preserve all the sucrose, that will give you granny sweetness. If you break it down, it will break down into the fructose, then the fruity sweetness.
Yes.
All right. So now we taste the sweetness. Huh? Good. Okay, so let's start with the sucrose. Sucrose, the disaccharide, right? Yeah, it's sweet, no problem. But is it fruity? Okay, so it just gives you the sweet taste, but not like fruit sweetness. And the glucose. Glucose seems not that sweet, but just more pure sweetness. Okay? And then the fructose. Fructose gives you more obvious sweetness. Okay? Well, usually the fructose tastes more sweet. And and a stronger sweet taste. Okay, the fructose. So that's the thing. When you break the sucrose into fructose, then your fruity sweetness increases, right? And the fourth one is the arabinose. And why I want to give you the arabinose? Because arabinose is the sugar breakdown from the cell wall. So when you have proper rose development, you will have some of the arabinose. And the arabinose, yes, the sweetness is not strong, but some sweetness there.
It's a bit sour.
Huh?
A little bit sour.
Yeah, a bit sour, but also sweet, but not much, but not really strong, right? So it's more like in the aftertaste.
Yes.
So
Sorry, the glucose was a little bit salty.
the glucose. I think to me it's not there, but to you it's possible. Because after all, your saliva actually tastes a bit salty. Okay, so that's why I want to give you the arabinose, because when you have enough breakdown of the cell wall, you probably will have the arabinose. Okay? And nowadays, arabinose is quite popular because they use for the bakery as a substitute of the sugar, because less calorie. Yeah. So you go to the bakery material shop, it's so easy to buy the arabinose.
But is it still not as sweet though, or is it still as sweet?
Well, that's because I just adjust the concentration to like the cellular level, and actually it could be very sweet, and in the bakery, in the bread or in the cake, it could be sweet.
Does the fructose, as a sugar compound, does the fructose have naturally higher
Yes,
intensity?
the sweet taste
than
higher
sucrose?
intensity. Now this is the arabinose. Ooh. Okay, you can directly taste. Yeah, it's still very sweet actually. But there's no English on that, so but you can yeah, you can use your finger and you can taste it. It's still quite sweet.
So you think that arabinose is the result of the breaking down of the cell wall?
Yes.
What happens if I don't know if the cell wall is not breaking down? I mean, like what is the byproduct of that? And maybe back that in the
You mean not breaking down, nothing happened, right? Okay, so if you break down the cell wall, because during roasting, the first thing is the physically breakdown is because the beans will getting swollen, and the swollen you are actually trying to stretch the cell wall, and when you stretch the cell wall, actually the cellulose will break down. Okay, the second thing is the high temperature. With certain level of water and the temperature, then actually it will have a certain amount of the hydrolysis. So the they will release the arabic notes.
So on the thing is that every coffee that we tasted is supposed to be to have an Arabic roast.
Definitely there. So that's why I give you the. See there? That's the Arabic notes. Okay, but it will be quite.
密度に比例する。
So this is the Arabinos, and you can see medium roast, darker roast. They are have like around the same level, but the Brazil lower for the lighter roast, and the Kenya it's get a higher for the lighter roast.
Let's see.
Okay, why? I don't know yet. Okay, this is very new, so I don't know yet. Yeah, 2023, right? So, but it's there. Not much, but there.
When you have a commercial coffee that has lesser cells versus cell wall ratio.
So the darker commercial coffee, you don't have much sugar sweetness, but you probably still have some Arabinos sweetness.
So the Arabinos is not highly connected to the sugars available in the raw material.
Yes, yes, because after all, you have like almost 40 up to 50% of the cell wall and the cellulose polysaccharide in the coffee bean. So all you need to do is just break down that, and then you have some sweetness. So now let's start with the coffee. The first cup is called pure granny. Okay, it tastes still sweet, but it's just nothing developed. So it's just like the sweetness is just similar to the sucrose. So you have a lot of sweet taste. It's still easy to say the first cup is sweet, no problem. It's still sweet. But it's no development. So it's only grainy. Grainy, sweet grainy. So it's like a cereal. Oh.
Not the texture, no, it's not the texture of the grainy, no, it's about cereal more than grainy.
Yeah, it's
cereal-like.
the cereal-like sweetness.
Tastes like cereal.
Or
yes, with the sweetness in the grains.
yes, yes, not the
It's
texture.
probably more cereal-like than grainy. It's not the texture. It's the
So it accompanies
grain.
with the grainy flavor,
Flavor of
okay, like
grain,
an
not
oaty flavor, and the some sweetness still there. Okay, but the sweetness is nothing related to the fruitiness.
rice bubble.
Okay.
Or the texture.
Yes.
No, not the texture.
No, that's what I'm saying, or the texture. No, I
Not the texture. Okay, so this is like a low sweetness development, but a lot of sweet taste. The sweet taste is quite obvious. So this is the things. And then we need to turn this sucrose sweet taste. I want it to turn it into more fruity. That's what we are looking for. Right? So that means I need to break down the sucrose into the fructose. I need to break down the sucrose into more acidity. Then we probably will have more fruitiness, right? So let's move on to the second.
So sorry, on the intensity scale, like you were teaching us yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, where would that
For the
fit in?
first cup?
Yes.
So you taste it, the sweetness like immediately there or not. Just a little bit.
And then bye-bye.
Yeah, so it's in the median level or median lower?
Medium low.
Median low.
4.
So maybe
4, 5.
4, 5.
3 and 4. Right.
But still noticeable,
Okay.
right? It's not like, maybe there, maybe not there. It's like 2, 3. No, it's there. But not high. So this is maybe, yeah, 4, 5, 5. It's a median low taste. And it's more taste side, not the aroma side. All right, so let's move on to the next cup, the second cup. The second cup, you have some acidity shows up. You have some fruitiness. But in the same time, you also still have the granny taste. Yeah, and they are like a similar level. So we call it granny candy or like a candy granny. It's okay. It just means both of them exist there. And you can compare with the cup number 1. Is it more aromatic? And is it a bit more fruity sweetness? A little bit. So the level still not very high. But compare with the first cup. If we say the first cup is 5, so this one, sweetness intensity, a little bit higher, maybe 6 or maybe still 5, but different height. Okay? And then we can move on to the third cup. Third cup, the sweetness development is one step more. So you got a lot of fruitiness. But in the aftertaste, you still have some granny notes there. So it's almost like a fruit candy, hard fruit candy, but all close, but not there. So this is the candy minus. Okay, and do you have more sweet aroma?
Ready.
Okay, and think about the sweetness level, the intensity level. Is it like you drink it, it's more obvious, it's faster, you sense the sweetness, right?
But higher acidity too.
Yes, the higher acidity too. So think about it, why?
This is the correlation between the sugar.
Because we also break down some of the sugar break into the acid.
Would you call this already like dried fruit?
No.
Acidity.
Not yet.
This one.
No, not dry fruit. It's still fresh. Okay, because there is still no fermented note. Okay, so it's not dry fruit. Or like preserved fruit. It's not that. Okay, so now we move on to the fourth cup. So the fourth cup is more like fruity, sweet candy, fruity candy.
It's like lemon candy.
Lemon candy. But actually, the sweet taste is not as strong as like the first cup. So to me, the sweet taste getting lower and lower and lower, but the sweet aroma getting more and more and more. So actually, what you are looking for, the sweetness development is more about the sweet taste and the sweet scent together. The total experience from the sweet aroma and the sweet taste. Okay? And if we take in this way, so the intensity, the sweetness intensity together, aroma and taste together, to me, this one is higher. This one is like you taste it, you will say, this coffee is sweet. So to me, this is like maybe 7. 7, it's not. But 7, maybe it could be 8, but it's there only. Why? Because also, after all, this is a wash Ethiopia, and even it's a good quality, but the sugar content may be only 7%. It's difficult to compare with Kenya. It's difficult to compare with the Costa Rica natural process. Still difficult. So for me, this is, but this one is obvious enough. It's easy to say it's a 7 intensity.
There's a very tight scale when you're looking at the sweetness.
Yeah.
From all of that. It's not like a very small scale. You're like 1 or 2 points maximum between each one from what you tasted.
Yeah, because this set is designed for the sweetness development, not for the sweetness intensity. That's why the day one, the intensity case is necessary, because that makes it more obvious.
Yes.
But this one, not that obvious. But just
looking at the chains in the sugars and how they're tasting.
Yes. But you can find out the trend. It's like the aroma getting higher and the sweet taste getting higher.
Like it says on the graph.
Yes. Yes. So now we move on to the next cup, and then you will have more obvious caramel sweet aroma. Then the fruitiness getting lower, and the sweet taste getting lower. Right? Because now you start to burn too much sugar. Okay, so it turns more caramelization. And not much fruitiness, because I think the fructose also getting lower. See there? The fructose not there, getting lower. Then you have this. And we move to the medium dark. You will have obvious chocolatey. Yes.
Candy chocolate.
Cup 6, you have. And yes, it's a lot of sweet aroma, but not much sweet taste. So the sweetness intensity to me is actually getting lower again.
And more sour.
Yes. Because you bring down the sweetness.
Understand.
Although also the acidity not that bright, but because the sweetness is going down too fast, so it will turn the acidity a bit sour. Intensity?
Lower.
6 or 5. 6. This is also 7. To me, this is like a piece around here. Maybe all 7. Or maybe could be 8. 7.
Put some milk in the last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roasted as well. Sorry.
And the last cup, it's only chocolate, nothing fruity. And you probably have a lot of burnt sugar, sweet aroma, chocolate aroma, but not the sweet taste. Okay, so this one, the sweetness, maybe 5. Yeah.
But then less sour.
Yes. Sorry. Overdevelopment 4 or 5 because it's difficult to tell where this coffee from. All the coffee tastes the same like this, and you won't. It's difficult to guess. This is Ethiopia. Right.
You can also find it different as you choosing the mouth also changes. So
Yes, the mouthfeel also changes, but here we only focus on the sweetness because the mouthfeel is another group of chemical produced to give you the texture. Okay. Yes, so it's not discussed here. Okay, we dissect them into another section. So through these 7 cups, you can feel, you can experience the sweet taste getting lower and the sweet aroma getting higher. But you have, in your mind, you have an idea level there. You have an idea balance level between the taste and the aroma, and it probably maybe around the cup 3, 4, 5, so maybe around there. So for the floral coffee, I usually will choose like cup 3 or maybe cup 3.5 to preserve more floral note. If the coffee do not have any floral, only the fruity, I will choose the cup number 4. Okay, for Brazil, I will choose maybe cup number 5 or 5.5. Okay, also Costa Rica, probably cup number 4 or 4.5. Natural process, again, it depends on the floral notes there or not. If only the fruitiness, and also again, it also depends on the fermentation level. But normal natural process, I will stop at 4. Anaerobic fermentation, more heavily fermented, 3. 3. Because the fermenting node is there or it's too much already. So if you roast to 4, the fermenting node will be too strong. And also because the heavily fermented, so usually the granny notes won't be that much. So I can down to like maybe 3. Cup number 3. Okay? So to me, it's like in this way. And I know our customers actually, they are looking for 765 around there. And yes, we just try to make it delicious, but yeah. So you still can make the cup 7, still you can make it a little bit better. Okay, still possible. And you know that makes you the money. Yeah. True. But think about it. The cup number 7, yes, it's all like chocolatey, not much fruitiness there, right? But think about the bitterness. The bitterness, is it like aggressive? Is it vinyl indent? Or actually better? Huh? Yeah. So we don't want in the dark roast, we are not looking, I'm trying to remove the aggressive bitterness. But just comfortable and not that harsh. And I think that's yeah, aroma is there, but it's more, but the bitterness development is not. Yeah, it's a soft bitterness. It's not abrasive.
Yeah. What's the
because the sweetness is because sometimes when you put it on the face, it's like a sweetness coating the palate.
Vinyl indent. So you just burn the beans and then pack them into the cup. So it won't be that. Yeah. Okay. You should use this one. Okay. Pure granny, because a lot of, no, it's because a lot of chlorogenic acid, antioxidants, very good. Okay. Then pack with the dark roast, the cup number 7, and then make it like a capsule. And you just swallow. Don't drink. For the healthy sake. Yeah.
we have a roast effect.
We misunderstand.
Okay, yesterday's the sweetness intensity kit. The intensity kit, we have sweetness high, medium, low, right? But that high, medium, low, I didn't mention about any sweetness development. It's only the intensity. Here it's more intensive. Here it's more focused on the development, not the intensity. But if you want to ask yesterday's sweetness development, be honest, I forgot. I need to taste again and then let you know, but not here. But I know the low one should be at the low side, maybe cup 2, maybe cup 2 or maybe cup 1.2, no 1.5, maybe around here. And for the high sweetness one, maybe it's cup yesterday's. It's maybe cup 4.5. Yeah, maybe around here. Okay, 4.5 or maybe 5. Okay, because there is a lot of that's a Kenya. It's very sweet, so I can make it a little bit more aromatic, but still high sweetness. So together it will be like a high intensity of sweetness. Okay, so that's what happened yesterday's intensity case. But here it's like more focused on just focus on the sweetness development level. So that's the things.
Can you also show us how to approach the roasting?
Yeah.
Nice request.
Daan lang ako.
昨日のやつも見せてくれ
オールサンプル。アディショナルマニュアル。Heat up. Explain.
Let's get it.
ミニオンタイム。ミニオン。おお。グッドテイストブレイク。スイートネス。あ、来た来た来た。あ、サックス。
10月的这一组是不是？
来た来た来た来た。
是吗？
对。来た来た来た来た。すごっ。
Okay, the green one is the candy.
グリーンワン is candy。
Okay.
240度投入。
Then the blue one is the pure granny. And you can see it's actually not reached to the first cup.
あ、1発いってないんや。
Okay, the end temperature is like 189, I think. And you can see the first crack is here, 197. Okay, so it's like a before first crack, and also the initial energy is actually lower. So the inside, not enough energy. The outside, also not enough energy. So nothing fruitiness developed. Okay, so this is pure graining. And of course, because the low energy, so I didn't burn any sugar. So that's still sweet, a lot of sweet taste, but no sweet aroma. All right. Then this one is like they are the candy granny candy. It's almost the same profile, just like the candy, but just they stop very early. Okay, the first crack at the similar time, and then they just stop. Yeah, so the end temperature is like a 199. Good. Yeah, it's 199. Okay, so the development time is very short.
Oh.
The development time is very short, 14 seconds after first crack. Yeah, so that will be like candy granny. And here again, they are almost identical. The candy minus, but just shorter development time and the bit lower end temperature.
本当もうそこだけやね。
Okay. So you can see the candy is 1 minute development time, but here it's only 43 seconds.
20秒ごとやね。
And usually around 45 seconds, usually the geisha floral note will be the best. So if I want to do like a floral coffee, if the beans with floral notes, I usually will do like in this way, candy minus, or somewhere in between. Okay. And then, for example, like this is the dark roast, the chocolate one, the cup number 7.
めちゃくちゃゆっくりですね。あ、でも投入温度むしろ250度。あ、エアフローめっちゃ上げてみる。
Okay, so it's much longer development time, and of course higher.
あ、じゃあセカンド入れてないってこと。
Ending temperature 216.
No second crack.
巧克力的那一锅有没有2爆？216。
我们做这么的
啊？有吧？6吗？216。
这个应该是刚好够。
刚好够。
对。
197爆的216。
2049度。哎，这是新温度计了。
197我不晓得新的旧的。对，197是新的。 I mean, not second crack yet. Okay, we just make the development very long. 3 minutes 38. But because that, so I shortened the millar. I shortened the drying.
ドライも短い
So
の。
3 minutes drying and 2 minute 45 millar. Leave the sugar burn later.
Yes.
Sucrose is preservation of sucrose like your gasoline when you accelerate your development.
Yes.
Longer.
Yes. Yes. You know you want to do a dark roast, right? So, will you worry about the acidity, sour or complex? No. After all, you want to kill them all. Right? And all you need to do is to pass through the drying phase and the millar phase as soon as possible. Then you can preserve more sugar to burn in the development phase.
なるほどな。
Okay? So you know you are going to dark, so you keep the sugar for the later stage.
なるほど。
If you know you are going to roast very light, then you need to have a longer millar phase to develop more sweetness, to develop more acidity, to make it tasty. Okay? So it depends on your preset roasting degree. Then you manipulate your roasting profile. You make your roasting plan. Alright? Every time, you need to have some idea in your mind already. Then you design. And then you execute.
Intensity.
Alright, and of course, somewhere in between, it's just
その間ね。
okay?
But is there like a certain sugar to break down, like what happened in the drying, millar, and the development? That's why you separate it?
The drying phase usually will not have much chemical reaction happen. So it's just because I shortened the drying phase also for the dark roast. It's because you definitely will input a lot of energy at the end, at the last phase, in the development phase. So I don't need to give like a very good development, very enough energy for the initial stage. Because after all, the core of the beans will develop well. So you don't need to worry about the initial energy is enough or not enough.
You don't have to worry about volume expansion.
Yes. Yes. You need to worry about is you keep those good chemicals, good precursors, and leave them into the late caramel stage to produce the dark roast flavor. Okay, so the first two phases, you just let it go. Let it pass. The faster, the better. Okay?
And this will help bring down the bitterness.
Yeah, so you can see here, it's from the top to the bottom, it's from the candy to chocolatey, right? So of course it's obvious the development time from 1 minute to 2 to 2 minutes 39 and to the 3 minutes 38. So the development time definitely will getting longer and longer and longer. And the first two, the millar phase is actually 321, 323, they are similar. And the last two, the darker two, is like 240, 245. It's shorter.
Yes.
Okay? And the drying phase. The drying phase, the first two, like 324 down to 307, 252, and 259. So it's getting shorter and shorter. Okay? So the ratio, the drying phase ratio is shorter, and the Miller phase ratio is also shorter, and you got longer development time. Okay, so the darker, the more like this. The lighter, the more like. Okay. Now it's clear. From grainy all the way to the chocolatey. You can see the development time. And of course, the grainy, because no first crack, so no development. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
All right. Any questions for the last section?
Intensity profile. Also, please.
Intensity profile.
Also, please. Kenya. Yesterday, please. Whisper.
All right.
Whisper.
So,
The boys are begging.
yeah, I know. So you can see the light roast for this research. The light roast. The light roast. The color is 109. Okay, so it's very light. The Bolivia, the lighter one, the color is 115. Another Brazil also 1110. They use the stronghold to roast. Okay. And for the Kenya, 102, 102. And the dark roast is 50, 51, right? And here, the darker 54, 61, 62, right? And now you think about those American, what they use. They use actual 54, right? And their conclusion is not enough sugar, right? Yes, of course. Not enough sugar because it's there. But the amazing thing is they do have floral. Okay, that's I don't know how they
Somebody was wearing lots of perfume.
So that research, it's amazing one to tell you how badly research we can do nowadays. Okay? So that's the things. The sugar, the sucrose content during roasting, we will getting down. Depends on how you roast. Okay? You can see it's if you go like a faster, but higher turning point, the sucrose will going down like this way. And if you do stretch after the first stretch, if you go the blue profile here, lower turning point, as you mentioned, the low turning point, that means the lower early energy. And then the same just as the control. okay? But a higher turning point, okay? And you compare the sucrose level. This is the control, and this is the higher turning point. Sorry, this is the lower turning point. So the lower turning point, the lower initial energy, you can keep more sugar. You can compare the first crack here and the first crack here. Okay?
赤と赤が一緒じゃないのこれ。
So, yes, the low initial energy, while they touch the first crack, you have more sugar. You have more.
青の方が低くない
So now, if you want to do a dark roast, how about the initial energy? Lower.
それはわかるわかる。
If you want to do a light roast, you want higher or lower? Higher. Why? Because you need to break down sucrose. Okay? It's not about you need to preserve the sucrose. You preserve the sucrose, you have sweet taste, but not the sweet aroma. You won't have the fruitiness. So the proper breakdown of the sucrose is very important. So it depends on your roasting degree. If you want to go like a darker roast, the initial energy lower, shorter time, and preserve the sugars to burn later. But if you want to do a light roast, you need to higher initial energy and stretch the Miller phase to break down the sugar properly. Okay. So sucrose, yes, is everything, but not keep the sucrose. It's the way. It's about how you want to break down the sucrose at the proper time. And the sweet aroma, usually the medium roast will give you the most abundant sweet aroma.
このスライドはなかったですね。
For example, like fufuro.
フルフラール。
Okay, fufuro. It's caramelization, sweet aroma like honey, and it reaches to the peak at the medium roast, and then it goes down. So usually the balance, well,
What's the balance point?
yes, so the balance point, when it's light roast, the balance point is earlier. When it's a low energy, you preserve more sucrose, the balance point will be later. You need a longer development.
Sir,
Yes.
do you have your own ideal turning point time? Like, maybe your ideal is 1 minute, between 1 minute until 1 minute 30 or below, and the temperature also.
We know the turning point is actually depends on the thermometer, the probe design. The more thick probe, you will have later turning point because you need longer times to get balance between the probe and the surrounding beams. Okay, so to me, the earlier, the better, because that means the probe is more sensitive. But too early is no good, because too early no good is because that means the probe is very thin, so easy to break, so easy to get damage. 我们可不可以拿？是不是有一只有拆下来？断掉的，是不是有一只有拆下来？ That's what happened to us. Okay, so that's why usually you need to find a balance between them. Usually the answer is 3 millimeters. Okay, it's sensitive enough, but not that easy to break. I mean, theologically. Okay. Yes, I was planning to let you guys let the competitors can practice on my Gießen, and I changed the prop to the new type. Yeah, but this is the result. It's broken. Okay, so I can't let you use my machine because it's and here also broken, and here it's like a deformed. It's like that.
It was 3 millimeters.
It's 2.5, I think. It's 2.5.
The latest,
Huh?
latest model?
Yes, this is the latest model, but it cannot fit in my roaster because my roaster is the previous model. But nothing happened during the competition, so maybe it's good for the new machine, but it's not good for my machine. But because I bought another Gießen, I want to put here, so I would like to two roasters with the same profile. So I changed to this one, but it doesn't work. And we have another one here, and we plan to replace it. Another 2. Wow, they gave us 2.
Just in case.
So this is okay. So so no matter if you're asking, it's not about the prop problem. So that means the beans need to get balance as fast as possible. Okay, the beans need to get balance with the drum, with the hot air as soon as possible. That's, yes. If it's like a very slow balance, that means maybe the RPM is not enough.
So in this case, what is your ideal type?
Ideal type of the
turning point 1 million, if below 1 million?
No. Again, we cannot control it because it depends on the probe type. Okay? But usually, if you found the balance point, the turning point happened after 1 minute, usually that means the probe design is not ideal. Okay? Yeah, we know some of the maybe 1.5 minutes or even longer time. Just change the probe.
When you change battery size, sometimes there's also a heavy influence.
That's the location. Yeah, because the loading size is about the prop surrounding by the beams or surrounding more by the air. So you change. Yeah, so if you found this problem, you need to change the prop position. Now, just drill the hole.
最後なんで笑ったの？え
几点回来看？Alright, and then any questions? No?
Why you prefer Gießen rather than Proben or any?
Why I prefer Gießen? For me, for now, I think the first thing is we found out Gießen, it's difficult to burn roaster. I mean, I try to roast like to give the beans like a scorch. I try to scorch the beans. Then I have difficulties. We did try like charge 250 degree or no 270, and we tried like the lowest RPM. And we tried to burn the beans, but never happened. So when we did the scorch, we need to scorch after around the first track. Okay, so that's the first thing. And the second, the airflow is healthy, controllable. The temperature is healthy. It's not, the drum will not too hot. And the RPM can fully control. Okay, the price is affordable. The size, although they say it's 6 kilo, right? But for me, if I really want to do a beautiful light roast, the loading size may be 2 to 3, and that means good enough. Because those expensive geisha, you don't want to put like 6 kilo at one time. And then for me, I don't have that much order from the, like, I need a geisha, give me 5 kilo. I don't have that kind of customers. Okay, so to me, it's a proper size, and the proper efficiency, and the proper controllable system. And yes, because it's a competition machine, and getting familiar. In the beginning, I don't have the Gießen. I got the first Gießen when? 2018, 19? 2019, a competition machine after the WCRC. Okay, so it's, but I several reasons. It's the first thing is it could be incorporate with the crop stir system well, and also can be controlled by the crop stir. And that's important for me because you know all this information. We use the crop stir, and we think it's a good system. So all the roaster I choose need to be good connected or controlled by the crop stir. Okay, and that's also why I still using the Ikawa. Although several other machines it's available, it's even better. But I still want to use Ikawa because I could transfer the profile to the crop stir, which is important to me. So all these things connect together, then yes. Like Lorraine, what I'm not happy with is like there is too little information by only use their control interface. Okay, it's not enough for me. But if it connect with Cropster, then it's easier. But you still need to control at their own panel. Okay, so that's the.
And last question: what is your view with the stronghold with halogen energy? Is it better or just?
With halogen energy, okay. If you know how to manipulate it, it will be a good one. If you don't know about the radiation heat, then it could be a disaster. Okay, we judge for the KCRC, the Korean roasting competition, and the competition machine is stronger.
Also.
Yes. In average, 80 competitors. How many defects we have? More than half. 3/4 is the roasting defect, and the most of them is scorch.
Double defect. Wow.
Yeah. Half is double defect, and most of them are scorch. Why? Because they don't know how to manipulate with the halogen. But if you know how to use it, it could be a good one.
So you
So
think?
it's not about the machine, it's more about the human.
Yeah. You think the 140 kilo Gießen the same with the technology and everything? Is that?
When you need to use like a 140, the burner design definitely you need to change. And if that kind of size, if you still put the burner under the drum,
Yeah, now the burner's back on the 140.
okay, you
Sits on an
cannot
oven.
depend on the burner under the drum in that size, or you will be in trouble because the drum temperature will be too hot.
So it's an indirect flame on the.
Yes. So you definitely need to remove the burner from the under the drum. Okay. Or they use like the new technology burner, but trust me, because I use the Dietrich 140. Okay. They also use the new generation burner, but still under the drum.
Too much heat.
Too much direct heat.
So fully hot air for the larger than 60 kilo, I think it's a proper design. Okay, under the drum, the blue flame or the infrared, far infrared, it's all okay, but under 60, or it will be. Okay, and decent, yes, it's a double drum, which is I like.
So stronghold is okay as long as you know how to manipulate.
Yeah, Stronghold is okay. I was planning to buy the competition machine, but they say it's S7 Pro,
Oh.
not the X7 Pro, not the S7 Pro X. So I give up because I want to buy X.
Big ones should use small.
And now I changed my mind. I want to buy the S2.
S2, 80 grams to 350.
To 300, and my friends tested in Korea, and he said it's good, and I think could get it with a reasonable price. I think so. Yes, I changed my mind. So the local distributor was disappointed. I didn't place the order. All right. And the sweetness evaluation in the brewing. This is the brewer's cup rules and regulations. It's still not much worse, not much useful description. And they changed the scale into 4. I don't know why. They change things just like randomly. Why they want to change from 5 to 4 lines? Then why not stick on the 0 to 15? Why they always have their own scales? I don't know. So that's about the sweetness things. Yes, a lot of people say it's still a mystery, and why you cannot taste the sweet. The sugar is not enough in the coffee, but how come you still can taste the sweetness? I think partially because the wrong research. They use the wrong coffee, wrong roast, wrong materials, and also because it's a combined experience from the sweet taste and the sweet aroma. So although it's like around the borderline, it's difficult to say it's an obvious sweet taste from the sugar, but combined with the aroma, and we know the sweet aroma can enhance your sensibilities to the sweet taste. So together, you will have obvious sweetness, especially in the light roast coffee. I do believe we can have obvious sweetness in the light roast coffee if we have a proper roast and if we use the proper beans. And yes, it's not only from the sucrose, it could also from the fructose, from the glucose, from the arabinose, and we don't know which one contribute more in under a certain roasting level. Yes, that's still, we need more research about it. We need more doctors working in the labs with clear mind and understanding to the specialty coffee to do these works. Then we might understand what happened. I was thinking maybe I should do it. Then I realized I need to spend a lot of money and probably no income at all. So for now, I just give up to do all these experiments by myself because it's clearly I just curious, but we won't make any money. But I do believe from the information I collect for now, I do believe, yes, all these sugars, I put it on the table, the arabinose, fructose, glucose, and the sucrose. Together, combined with the sweet aroma, it will give you the sweetness in the specialty coffee. Okay, so that's the conclusion for now. I think what I think about the sweetness.
Yes.
Okay. And we will need to move to the bitterness. We finish it. So we need to, it's okay. Yeah. We need to, before the lunch, we need to drink something again, ugly things. So, I mentioned earlier from yesterday about the body. I said the thickness consists with the density and with the viscosity. And then we need to combine the texture, then we have the total quality about the tactile, about the mouthfeel, right? So let's start from the first cup. You take a video and all the way, move all the way to the back. Then you have everything. Okay. So the first cup is the control. Control means nothing, just water. Just pure water, right? But you need to drink it to think about what is watery. What is the mouthfeel of watery? So you need to taste the first cup. And hold the water in your mouth for a while and think about how easily it can move around. And how about the density? How light of the density? Okay? So you need to evaluate the first cup, the water, about the density, and also the viscosity. And you need to remember, this is what we call water. Okay? Okay, so there is almost no resistance. So easy to flow around. And the density is like light. Some density there, yeah, of course, it's a liquid, right? Density is 1 gram per square centimeter. Yeah. Then we can compare the second cup. The second cup is the cellulose. you probably can immediately feel there is a lot of viscosity there. Sticky feeling. But it's still light. So it's actually the same density like water, but much higher viscosity than the water. Okay, please, this is very important. You need to verify this twice at least. We adding the cellulose into the second cup. And the cellulose is, we just added very tiny little. It's like maybe 0.015 grams for 1.5 liters. So it's just very tiny little bit. So there is no density change. There is no density change, but obvious viscosity differences. Okay, so think about it. If you break down the cell wall enough, some cellulose will break down into small pieces. And then during the extraction, it will suspend in the water. And then you have the viscosity like this. And it gives you the thickness. Okay? If you're okay for the second cup, you compare the viscosity and also the viscosity between the water and the cellulose. Then we can move to the cup 3. Okay, so cup 3, you have some viscosity, but not that much like the cellulose. But you also have some density. It's more heavier than the water. So you can compare the cup 1 and the 3. Because we adding at least 5 grams of 5 grams collagen in the water. So you have more density. And you have some viscosity, but not much. Okay. So cup 1 is the viscosity from the cellulose. Cup 2. And the cup 3 is the density and the slightly viscosity from the collagen. Okay? You need to verify these two. Both of them, the texture is not perfect. Okay, both of them not really round, not really smooth, because there is no liquid at all. Okay, and we will talk about liquid later. Okay. So the first 3 cups, are you okay with the first 3 cups? Is it clear? Okay, this is very important, and then we need to move on to the ugly things. All right, the fourth cup is the tannic acid, right?你们能不能把那个顺序摆对啊？这样子我很难教呢。Let me think about it. Yeah, okay, let's swap here. So let's move to the aluminum. Yeah. Let's move on to the aluminum potassium sulfate. Yeah, don't get there over there. Okay, aluminum potassium sulfate. Why we need to drink that? Because it drinks ugly. A lot of astringent. Okay, why we need to drink that? Could I have 2 cups of the tap water?
Oh, yes.
Because when we purify the tap water, usually the water factories will add in the aluminum potassium sulfate to clear the water. Okay? And this chemical, you cannot remove it through the simple ever pure or the just the pure filter. You cannot remove it. So you can take the cup I just drinking. It's the tap water from Taipei. And yes, you have that kind of astringent. Yeah, because when it's a rainy day, when you have typhoon, and then the raw water, the quality is very bad, they need to add in more aluminum potassium sulfate. Then the water will taste more astringent. So that's the first things you need to know. You need to taste your water to check your water's quality. If your water is like every day, the astringency changes around, you probably need to do something about it. Okay, because you do when early years when I do cupping, I need to taste the tap water first. And say, okay, today the astringent level is here. That's from the water. So more than this is from the green bean. And who can do the cupping like this? Every day you need to subtract the astringency from the water, and then you think, this is ridiculous. So that's why I start to use the RO system to prepare the water, to remove everything, and then we remineralize back. That's why we prepare several remineral formulation. And then one day a company come to me and say we need to produce the water formulation. They want to use the deep sea water. Then we have the aquacold. So the aquacold formulation is actually from me because we cooperate together. That's why. So this is that's why I need to let you taste the cup number 4 because it happens in a lot of tap water. Okay. Now we move to the tannic acid. The tannic acid is polyphenol organic acid. The structure is very similar to the chlorogenic acid. So I think when you drink it, it's not about the flavor, it's about the chalky feeling on your tongue.
Yeah.
The astringent feeling. Sorry? Yeah. Yes. But it's the chalky astringent, and that's what happens when you drink the true chlorogenic acid. Okay, because chlorogenic acid is quite expensive and it's quite unstable. Let me check. I do have some. Collagen is easy. As candy grow, they know. No, this is lactic. Because the chlorogenic acid is unstable and expensive, so we use the tannic acid to instead. But it can definitely, because this is from the grape. This is grape candy. Okay, and it can create the similar astringent feeling on your tongue, and not on the upper palate, not at the back, it's just on the tongue. And that's very similar to the chlorogenic acid. So that's why I use this one. So it will be very close to the immature beans, the astringency. Okay? Focus on the tongue, not around the throat, not on the soft palate. Okay, so the tannic acid, the astringent on the tongue, if you got it, now we move on to the next one, is the quinic acid. Quinic acid, I mentioned earlier, is also one of the organic acids, and it will increase during roasting because the chlorogenic acid will break down into the quinic acid. It's sour, it's some bitter, and after you swallow, you probably will feel at your soft palate, you have like a itchy, harshy feeling. Scratchy. Kind of like stimulate there, and that's called harsh. So the quinic acid could give you the harsh feeling at your soft palate. Usually it will show up in the aftertaste, but when the concentration is high. So remember, we have the phenol in there. Remember, the dark roast will give you the harsh bitterness, and usually the dark roast also will have a lot of quinic acid, and the quinic acid will also give you the harsh feeling. So it's like this. So the roasting, when in the roasting course we talk about how to manipulate with the quinic acid production, so we can reduce the harsh feeling in the dark roast. Okay, so that's why here you need to know what happens. Okay? So that's the harshness from the quinic acid. Then we need to move to another one, it's called the trigonelline. Trigonelline a little bit bigger, similar like a tea-like. But again, after you swallow, it seems like nothing wrong, right? Then the drying feeling around your throat. Nothing wrong on your tongue, nothing wrong at the other place, but just drying at your throat. It makes you want to drink water. Do you have like a drying, want to drink water? It's like you running for maybe 1 mile. To me, 1 mile is a lot. Okay. So after you running 1 mile and you have like drying at your throat. Have it? So that's dryness. It's different from the harshness. And it's different from the astringent on the tongue. They are all different and caused by different chemicals. Okay? You cannot just simply say, it's all grittiness. Come on. Okay? Don't use just one general word to describe everything. That's why it's so important to describe when and where and what type of experience you have. It's very important because it can help you to identify different chemicals. And when you can identify different chemicals, that means you can manipulate with these chemicals by roasting or by brewing or by reaping selection. Okay? So once you know the dryness like this, so when you have the dryness, when I taste the dryness, I know how to roast immediately. I know how to modify the roasting profile immediately because it's easy for me, because I know everything. But the first thing, you need to taste this. You need to understand what happened in your mouth. Okay, so now we have three different mouthfeel. I mean, yeah, we have three different textures. We have astringent from the tannic acid, right? Or we can say chlorogenic acid. We have harshness from the quinic acid. We have dryness from the trigonolane. And one more is, let's jump to the potassium chloride. Potassium chloride, KCl. Okay? KCl, yesterday we said it's a metallic, salty and metallic, right? But after you swallow, again, don't drink water too early. I know you want to wash it off, but sorry. Then around at your soft palate, you have granular feeling, sandy or gritty. It's not dry. It's just rough. It's not like trigonolane, it's the dry feeling. It's not like the quinic acid, it's like an itchy, scratchy feeling. No, this one is the gritty, granular, sandy, rough. So that's what we call roughness. So a lot of Brazil-based espresso or natural process-based espresso, after you swallow that salty espresso, then you have the roughness in the mouth.
Also the palate, where the heaviness of the, or the intensity of the weight is not soft. I mean frontal palate.
Yeah, the front is more, I mean, I don't know the mechanism, how these potassium chloride or trigonolane, how they form this kind of feeling, I don't know. But for the potassium chloride, when you drink, you have the heavy and the dense feeling, high density mouthfeel. Then you swallow, of course you have a metallic and a salty taste. And then the rough, the gritty. Okay, that's the back, not in the front.
It's the combination salty, rough.
Yeah. Okay, so when you drink any coffee with saltiness, then you can start to think, do I have grittiness or rough on the texture side? If it is, I mean, a lot of things can link to your sensory experience. So by drinking, you know how to drink, you know how to roast, you know how to do, you know how to buy the drink. Okay, so this is very important. Okay, this four. Astringency on the tongue, the harshness at the around at the soft palate, the roughness at the soft palate, the dryness around the throat. These four, its meaning is with certain meaning for us. With certain meaning as a roaster, it definitely with certain meaning to us. As a brewer, also you need to know this. Okay, if you have this in your espresso blend, you need to lower the natural process beans. You need to turn the natural Brazil into the pop natural, or you should use the other beans to replace Brazil. Okay, or natural process like Jima G5, right? It's also easily give you the saltiness like this, right? Then I would like to introduce you the good one is the Coca-Cola Zero. Yeah, Coca-Cola Zero. It's sweet. It's sparkling. It still some phosphoric acid bright acidity because it is. They have it. And think about, is it sticky? Or it's bit? And how about the density? Is it dense? Not really dense, right? It's light because no sugar. They use aspartame, so the density is actually low. And you compare with the second cup, it's the fiber.
Just a question, Dave, with Coke Zero, because I do drink it. It's very different when it's cold than when it's in room temperature. Obviously, it's been designed to drink. It tastes much better when it's cold than when it's
Yeah. But you need to compare is the Coca-Cola Zero with the light. Coca-Cola Light. Because Coca-Cola Light, they adding the fiber inside. So the Coca-Cola Light will give you more viscosity.
It tastes more artificial.
Yes, more artificial, yes, because the sweeteners, they use the different formulation of the sweeteners. I don't know why, but that's what happened.
I think Zero is outselling Light now.
Yeah, usually I like to drink Zero
Yeah.
instead of the light.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think maybe I should be a bit healthier, then I'll move to light. Okay, but it's still, so you have still similar density, but more viscosity.
Yeah.
And it's because the fiber. All right. Now, the last one is the true
Yes, so this is a real thing.
Real for this is.
Now you know the sweetness is different. That's the true sugar. That's the true passion. And with the density. Is it with the density there? Some viscosity, but not much, but a lot of density there. And yes, both of them, the three of them are all sweet, but the pressure is different. It gives you different happiness.
Happy guy.
Happy drink now, not happy.
Right. Not healthy, but happy. You know your mood definitely like much better immediately. But when you drink zero, your feeling is also kind of zero.
Incomplete.
Yeah. All right. So that's the texture. Okay, and also why the true sugar always gives you the positive feeling. Okay, but some of the sweetness from the coffee also it will taste like a light Coca-Cola Light, or sometimes it tastes like a Coke Zero. It's kind of like an artificial sweetness, or it's more from the not from the carbohydrate sweetness. It's more like aspartame. Okay, it's from like a low han gui. You know low han gui. Yeah. And so you can drink 1 cup before the zero. It's the sodium cyclamate. Sodium cyclamate. That's actually an artificial sweetener. Okay, sodium cyclamate. Sodium cyclamate is an artificial sweetener. So that's kind of fake sweetness. You know it's sweet, but you won't feel happy, but it's sweet. And later today we will taste some of the coffee. It will also give you similar sweetness feelings like this. Okay, that's why I need you to taste here. Okay, then please let's move on to the very last. It's the guava juice. Okay, this guava juice. Do you have very good sticky viscosity? It's totally away from the true guava juice if you use your blender to make it, because they're adding a lot of cellulose, just like the cup number 2. Okay, that's exactly what they're adding. It's the cellulose. It gives the drinks the viscosity. But unfortunately, though we have a lot of fiber in the Coca-Cola Light or a lot of cellulose in the guava juice, okay, you do have a very sticky viscosity, but the texture is still bad. Why? The smoothness is still quite low. It's not smooth. It will easily turn to astringent or turn to the smoothness is not there, the roundness is not
the few dots.
Because all these samples without lipid. Okay? So now I need you to taste is the instant coffee. Okay, the instant coffee. I mean the white cup. Okay, the white cup instant coffee. Instant coffee is here. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is an instant coffee. Also, it's very low roundness. It's very low smoothness. It's full of the grittiness. Okay? But when we add in oil inside. So you can check the other cup is the instant coffee with oil. We adding the canola oil. Because the fatty acid composition of the canola oil is more close to the coffee liquid. So that's why we use it. Then you have it. The round, the smoothness, the oily feeling. Although I know it's not good, okay, it tastes not good, but please focus on the texture. The texture immediately increases. Okay, so that makes me wondering, when we brew coffee, how we can improve the roundness, how we can improve the texture. So you can compare two cups besides the instant coffee. It's the filter paper and the non-woven paper. It's the same coffee, same recipe, brewing recipe, just different filtering material. And you can compare, you drink the filter paper first, then you compare with the non-woven paper, and think about the roundness. So the non-woven paper gives you more oily, more roundness, more texture quality. Okay? Of course, you can compare in your life. You want to compare the oil, bring you the goodness from the oil. You can drink the skim milk. Compare the skim milk with the whole fat milk. The skim milk here, low fat milk. You can drink the low fat milk first. Although it's milk, although it's a lot of protein inside, a lot of lactose inside, but the texture is not round, it's not smooth. Compare with the full fat milk. So the texture between the skim milk and the full fat milk, of course, the difference is about the lipid. And it's a clear example telling you the lipid, the power of the lipid. Yes. Okay, so this is like that means we need to find out words to describe this kind of feeling, right?
Where is the sodium sublimate coming from?
So you probably will use the words like a coating, or you will say it's a fatty or oily, something like that. Or of course you can use creamy, because cream means a high fat content.
Yeah.
Okay? Or you can describe as like a whole fat milk. Okay? Or maybe you can use syrupy. Okay, so it depends on how you want to use these words. These words, it's this slide is actually comes from not about the coffee. It says because in the coffee not much research about that. It's actually from the chocolate.
デートのやつなんだ。1990。
Okay? So that's why I will personally I joined the the wine tasting course. Yes, I joined the tea tasting course. We do have like a tea cupping course. I passed the exam, and I was planning to learn the olive oil tasting course. Okay, and yeah, it's not because I want to collect all the certifications. No, it just we can cross talk and we can apply these ideas to the coffee. And yes, recently I'm planning to join the chocolate course to learn more about chocolate. Yes, and I can have maybe like more wide angle and broader spectrums understanding to the sensory things. Okay. So don't just stay in the coffee circles. Usually the coffee circles are kind of lousy and lots of friendly people. And no matter what, you should go outside and bring something new into the coffee. Okay, so this is from the okay, and so now you know the mouthfeel. Besides the density from the TDS, you need the fat. You need the fiber. When you have more fat and the fiber, then you have more thick, more buttery mouthfeel. Okay, so all you need is the whole fat milk plus Coca-Cola Light.
Equal.
Okay. I mean the combination experience like that. Then you have the good coffee.
So Jake, I wanted to ask in a brewing perspective, since you would want something that would have something like a coating or something that would have more lipids in, what should we do in our brew parameters? And also, what should we do to not compromise the acidity? Because when the mouthfeel tends to get a bit heavy, it tends to cover the acidity and other stuff in the coffee.
So the first things, if you need to choose the filtering materials. Remember this. I was talking about the caffeine, right?
Yes.
But now you can see here, fatty acid. That means the lipid.
Oh.
Remember this? Golden is the French
press.
It's the metallic filter. Okay, why? Because metallic filter, by using the metallic filter, you won't lose any lipid. Then, of course, espresso. Or maybe like Bialetti. Because they always the metallic, the metal filter. Okay? Filter paper coffee.
오, ほぼゼロだ。ゼロ。
That means you need to select the proper filtering materials. If you use paper, the paper is made by cellulose because it's from the plant fiber, right?
なるほど。
So the cellulose is a hydrophilic material. Hydrophilic means they like water. So when you use the filter paper, that means the water molecule love to combine with the filter paper. So they will form a water wall, a water barrier. And when you have a water barrier there, and you have small oil droplet, they want to pass through the filter and get into the cup, but it's all water there. And the water and the oil, they don't like each other, right? So they won't let the oil droplet pass through. So once you select a hydrophilic filtering material, you won't have much lipid in your cup. So that's why we cooperate with another factories, and we produce the non-woven filter. Why? Because we found out by using the drip bag. The drip bag is also using the non-woven. So we brew by the filter paper, we brew by the drip bag. Then we found out the drip bag tastes much better on the mouthfeel.
Oh, yes, yes.
Then we realize it's actually the filtering material. So now we cooperate with them, but in the early days, the non-woven material, the problem is it's not enough to remove all the particles. So you got big chalky in your cup, and you got like fine particles floating in sediments in your cups. But nowadays we improve the production, and we can effectively remove the particles. Okay, don't take photo for this one. Okay, sorry, because this is not for the public. But we develop different materials. Okay, PN24, PN33. It's actually a different the non-woven paper production process, and the different, and also with the control. Okay, and you can see this is the particle size. And the different process can remove different amounts. So for example, the PN24, the red curve, the maximum particle size is less than 30 micrometer. That means it's very, very small particle. We can only allow this very, very small particle to pass through the filter paper. The big one cannot. And you can see this is a control one. The control one, you still have a lot of large particle can pass through. So in your cup, you will have more particle, then you have chalky feeling. Okay, so I cooperate with them. We develop different production process, and we have proper materials to only let very, very little particle, which is your tongue cannot feel it. Where is the cutoff? 40. Okay, your oral cavity, your tongue can feel the particle feeling if the particle size larger than 40 microns. That's why in the chocolate, if you want the very smooth chocolate, you need to grind the chocolate for a very long time to bring all the particle size, again, the same, under 40. Then you got the smoothness from the chocolate. Okay, so this is what happened here. Okay, and if you want to use the filter paper, paper, you need to use the thinner one. How to tell which one is thinner? 可不可以给我那个真空跟浅空的？三氧跟三氧。还有那个谁的，不是有一个超快的西班牙会那个包装给我就好。然后微量色。
あ、ちゃんとあれですよ。消してましたね。
So now we have a lot of different filter paper. They have like maybe fast or like dark roast, or maybe or like for the light roast, or like this one, very expensive, but it's a very fast one. So that means the fiber, they use different fibers to create a hole. And if they are very fast, that means usually the hole size is bigger. And you got more chances to let the oil droplet to pass through. And how to verify which one is better, which one is suitable, is actually you can, if the size are the same, you can just weight the filter paper. The lighter one, usually it's the faster one.
なんで？あ、薄いからか。
Okay, this one is 0.85. 0.85. Okay, so this one is 0.91. So this one is heavier. So usually the lighter one is faster filter paper.
No.
高いよ。それ高いよ。
Yeah, yeah.
Expensive.
賢いな。
もう too expensive.
Can you ask which one is 0.85?
0.80.
If you endorse them, Jake, it will be more expensive.
83.
Are they the same size? Yeah, they are almost the same size. 0.65.
軽い。
Alright.
シバリスト。
Expensive.
Too expensive.
好，用称的就知道了。 基本上用逃不掉，因为它一定要用更多的这个纤维。 这个要收钱的，比较贵。
Oh, but wait, the choice that he was asking if all of it filter paper and same size. Chemix filter paper, please.
Ah, okay.
So you have to find a big Chemix paper filter, then compare.
All right, and there is one. Yeah, and then let's back to here and need to taste some sweetnesses, which is
Any chance we're going to stop for lunch soon?
yes. I'm sorry, but I just want to finish this section. Sorry, and the mannose, because the mannose also a sugar from the polysaccharide. From the, it's one of the, it's also from the cellulose. Okay. So the mannose, it takes like almost no sweetness there. Very little. Okay, not like arabinose. Arabinose still have some sweetness. Okay. But we do believe after roasting, this mannose and the arabinose together can give you more sweetness. And if you cool down your beans too slow, that will make this mannose and arabinose re-oligomerization. That means they will connect together again. Then the sweetness will go. So that means when you want to stop roasting, you need to cool down your beans very fast. The faster you cool down your beans, the sweeter cup you have.
I saw a video of Dietrich roaster that they added dry ice. I mean dry.
Yeah. And like some of the UCC, they use the Lucky roaster. The 250 kilo roaster, they use the -2 degree cooled air to cooling the beans. Okay, we use. You can see the pipes there. And it's actually the air conditioning. So we will use this to cool down the beans. And another way is quenching. Yes. See the tubes over there around surround the cooling can. You can see that around the cooling pan there is a white tube over there, and that's the quenching. Water quenching. Yeah, water quenching. Water quenching. Now we know how much we need to spray for every kilo and how much water amount. We know that. Yes. The big roaster, they use it, right? How about the small one? Of course you can use it. Yeah. That's now that you do it. Yeah.
But we will install that.
Yeah, in this way.
But it reduced our breakage and it made our commercial lot sweeter.
Really?
Yes.
No, I believe it. I haven't done it since the last course of my 120, but yeah.
You should.
Yeah.
You should.
It reduced our breakage, made our coffee sweet. Mean breakage.
Yeah, I did it.
All right. Yeah. And then, of course, if you have like lactose intolerance, please don't drink the milk and don't drink the lactose. Okay, because that's I just want to show you the sweetness, where the sweetness comes from in the milk. So you have the lactose. it's like milky sweetness. And of course, you can compare with the milk. Yeah.
これそう作ったら
So the lactose is like almost no sweetness, right? Very low sweetness. Chotto. Then you compare with the galactose. Galactose is more sweetness, right? So now we know on the market we do have some like a no lactose milk. That means they use enzyme to digest lactose into two monosugar. One is glucose, another one is the galactose. Yes, and so that's why it tastes sweeter, because lactose is no sweet, it's very low sweetness. But after you break down the lactose into glucose and the galactose, it's much sweeter. That's the result.
So if you have milk and you add
lactose, lactase.
Lactase. It makes it sweeter.
Yes.
That's like opposition
That's why you use fractionated.
Because lactase is easy to buy everywhere. Okay. You can just dash it and turn your milk into like this. Easy. Okay, so that's, and also if you heat up your milk properly, part of the lactose will break down. So usually after you frost the milk, the milk will taste a bit sweeter. Because you got the galactose with the glucose earlier, right? Yesterday we did taste this morning, right? The morning section we have the glucose. So think about the glucose and plus the galactose, it's definitely much sweeter than the lactose. That's why. Okay, so this is about this section. We mix a lot of things inside, but sorry, lots of things. Okay, so you need to compare. Do remember the differences about the viscosity and about the density. Okay, they are not the same. They are different. And the oil, yes, and all of them three together give you the mouthfeel, create the quality of the mouthfeel. Okay, the last thing, sorry, I have to need you to taste one last coffee. And I'm thinking, okay, please taste the non-woven paper coffee. Okay, but while you taste the coffee, listen to me. While you taste the coffee, put your fingers on the sandpaper. And like this, okay, like this. And while you drink, put your fingers on the sandpaper. Yes, so let me hold it. Yes. Okay, and just think about the texture. Okay. Is it more rough, more
Just give the judges some smooth cloth. You need to rub this while drinking my coffee.
Or of course you can touch the smooth surface, and the texture will change.
What's the explanation for that?
Kinesiologist would be
Influence of.
Yes. So think about why you want to give me a rough surface cup.
Okay, we will throw away all our rough surface cups.
Think about that. And compare with like the cup. You can touch the cup.
Round of steel.
It's a present for you.
Thank you. So your I don't know, your tactile feeling will change the
Your hard palate and try to rub the like no, you would feel something like gritty. So it's like some sand. But if you remove it, or
okay, that's from the Dr. Fabiana. They published in 2020. The cup texture will change your sensory evaluation of the
脳みそで飲んでました。舌が確かなやつはいないんですね。脳みそが確かなんですね。Oh my god.
The sandpaper. Okay? Rough texture cup or smooth texture cup. Okay? Sorry, I forgot to remove the brightness.
too small for competition.
No one distributes clever on.
Okay, the rough feeling. The rough feeling. Okay, they compare with the rough feeling. With sandpaper, the rough feeling higher.
いやそんなバカな。
Okay, more astringent aftertaste.
That lower bitterness.
Okay, intensity of the sandy feeling. Okay. So they compare the cup. Smooth to dry, okay? And much more dryness. Rough cup give you more dryness. More dryness. Okay? Your cup's texture is important. Okay? No more like handmade.
そういうことです。ね。
Oh. Okay. And you can see
Like with the sandpaper, say it's rough, more people say it's rough. Less people say it's smooth. Okay? So that's very, and the aftertaste, okay. The aftertaste, drying, ooh.
Oh.
Okay? It's more tart. Without sandpaper, you have more sweetness, more positive flavor. Anyway, no matter they are like a frequent drinker or like a few times drinker, but the result is just very convincing. Okay, so that's the thing. All right. So that's the sections we want to talk before the lunch. Okay.
Okay.
So let's have lunch. Maybe 40 or 50 minutes, but I think when I finish my lunch, I will start to copying some of the samples from the some of you bring me some samples we need to taste.
Yeah, okay.
So
you can press
you're welcome to join, but it
inside
depends on how fast you can finish your lunch.
Yes.
All right.